Ohayo gozaimasu. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Afiq. I am from Lebanese, Malaysia. Welcome to Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. We will start our event at 10 a.m. While waiting for other participants to connect, please enjoy your morning coffee and breakfast. We have a lot of exciting sessions today. For a smoother user experience, we would like to share a few reminders. First of all, we advise you to download and install the Zoom application on your desktop, your laptop, or your smartphone. Please try to not directly connect from your browser. If you are facing any difficulties with the Zoom app, please refer to the event manual that we have shared in the invitation email. Please also mute your microphone. For all participants, please make sure your Zoom name is according to your CDF ID as what we have mentioned in the invitation email. So thank you very much for your cooperation.
Our main vision is we want to release more meaningful technologies to the society. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of technology that been conducted, developed in the university, but how to accelerate their progress, commercialize it. So that's what we want to do, to bring our partners together.
It's a unique program, something that is different, where a local deep tech startup can be introduced to potential collaboration with Japanese corporation and VCs. And one particular interest of mine is in the area of scaling up prototyping. There is something that is very lack in this country. We have a good teaching, good funding, but when it comes to scaling up, when it comes to assisting growth, this is where not much effort done in that area.
Jadi berat. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Afiq. I'm from Lebanese, Malaysia. Welcome to Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. We will start our event at 10 a.m. While waiting for other participants to connect, please enjoy your morning coffee and breakfast. We have a lot of exciting sessions today. For a smoother user experience, we would like to share a few reminders. First of all, we advise you to download and install the Zoom application on your desktop, your laptop, or your smartphone. Please try to not directly connect from your browser. If you are facing any difficulties with the Zoom app, please refer to the event manual that we have shared in the invitation email. Please also mute your microphone. For all participants, please make sure your Zoom name is according to your CDF ID as what we have mentioned in the email. For your information, we are also broadcasting this event to our Lebanese Asia YouTube channel. So if you have time, please check out and subscribe to the Lebanese Asia YouTube channel. If any of our speakers today who would like to try and share your screen for the presentation, please let me know. You can do so in this period of time before we start. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
our main vision is we want to release more meaningful technologies to the society. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of technology that been conducted, developed in the university, but how to accelerate their progress, to commercialize it. So that's what we want to do, to bring our partners together.
It's a unique program, something that is different, where a local deep tech startup can be introduced to potential collaboration with Japanese corporation and VCs. And one particular interest of mine is in the area of scaling up prototyping. That is something that is very lack in this country. We have a good teaching, good funding, but when it comes to scaling up, when it comes to assisting growth, this is where not much effort done in that area.
Assalamualaikum. Very good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Afiq. I am from Lebanese, Malaysia. Welcome to Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. We will start our event at 10 a.m. While waiting for other participants to connect, please enjoy your morning coffee and breakfast. We have a lot of exciting sessions today. For a smoother user experience, we would like to share a few reminders, right? First one, we advise you to download and install the Zoom application on your desktop, your laptop, or your smartphone. Please try to not directly connect from your browser. If you are facing any difficulties with the Zoom app, please refer to the event manual that we have shared in the invitation email. Please also mute your microphone. And for all the participants, please make sure your Zoom name is according to your CDF ID as what we have mentioned in the email. For your information, we are also broadcasting this event to our Lebanese Asia YouTube channel. So if you have time, please check out and subscribe to the Lebanese Asia YouTube channel. If any of our speakers today who would like to try and share your screen for the presentation, please let me know. You can do so in this period of time before we start. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Our main vision is we want to release more meaningful technologies to the society. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of technology that been conducted, developed in the university. But how to accelerate their progress to commercialize it? So that's what we want to do, to bring our partners together.
It's a unique program, something that is different, where a local deep tech startup can be introduced to potential collaboration with Japanese corporation and VCs. And one particular interest of mine is in the area of scaling up prototyping. That is something that is very lack in this country. We have a good teaching, good funding, but when it comes to scaling up, when it comes to assisting growth, this is where not much effort done in that area.
Assalamualaikum. Very good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Afik. I'm from Lebanese, Malaysia. Welcome to Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. We will start our event at 10 a.m. So while waiting for other participants to connect, please enjoy your morning coffee and breakfast. We have a lot of exciting sessions today. For a smoother user experience, we would like to share a few reminders. First of all, we advise you to download and install the Zoom application on your desktop, your laptop, or your smartphone. Okay, please try not to directly connect from your browser. If you are facing any difficulties with the Zoom app, please refer to the event manual that we have shared in the invitation email. Please also mute your microphone. Okay, so for all participants, please make sure your Zoom name is according to your CDF ID as what we have mentioned in the email. Okay. For your information, we are also broadcasting this event to our Lebanese Asia YouTube channel. So if you have time, please check out and subscribe to the Lebanese Asia YouTube channel. We are about to begin our event in 5 minutes. Kindly mute your microphone to ensure smooth proceeding of the event. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Our main vision is we want to release more meaningful technologies to the society. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of technology that been conducted, developed in the university. But how to accelerate their progress, to commercialize it. So that's what we want to do, to bring our partners together.
It's a unique program, something that is different, where a local deep tech startup can be introduced to potential collaboration with Japanese corporation and VCs. And one particular interest of mine is in the area of scaling up prototyping. That is something that is very lack in this country. We have a good teaching, good funding, but when it comes to scaling up, when it comes to assisting growth, this is where not much effort done in that area.
our main vision is we want to release more meaningful technologies to the society. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of technology that been conducted, developed in the university. But how to accelerate their progress, commercialize it. So that's what we want to do, to bring our partners together.
It's a unique program, something that is different, where a local deep tech startup can be introduced to potential collaboration with Japanese corporation and VCs. And one particular interest of mine is in the area of scaling up prototyping. That is something that is very lack in this country. We have a good teaching, good funding, but when it comes to scaling up, when it comes to assisting growth, this is where not much effort done in that area.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, a very good morning. Ohayou gozaimasu. Selamat pagi. I am Afiq Amani from Livenes, Malaysia, and I will be your MC for today. On behalf of Livenes Malaysia Sdn Berhad, we are very pleased to welcome each and every one of you to Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, today we have about more than 100 participants coming from various academic backgrounds. We have Malaysian students who are studying locally and also abroad. We also have international students, industry experts, and researchers. As I like to call it, our world changers are joining today's forum. And of course, our program today will not be a reality without a strong support from our partners. We are honored to welcome our strategic partner, Cyberview Sdn Berhad, session partner, Top Love Corporation Berhad, and all participating companies who are with us today, and Malaysian student associations in Japan, UK, and Australia. First of all, let me briefly share with you the exciting activities that we are going to have today. We are going to start with opening remarks by Ms. Umu Alia, the project leader of Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. Right after that, our guest of honor, Dr. Rahmat Shazi, will deliver his keynote speech entitled Nurturing Innovators and Creative Thinkers Through Innovative Work Behaviors, a very interesting topic for graduates who are about to enter the industry. After that, we are going to proceed with a forum session entitled Future-Proofing Career in the Fast-Changing World. Next, we have a company pitching session where all of our participating companies that we have today will share about their company and the content for the mini career workshop. For the mini career workshop, I am going to guide you on how we are going to conduct the session later on. So after the mini career workshop, there will be a closing ceremony with remarks by Livenas Malaysia Sdn Bhd Director, Ms. Ida Rahayu Ayub. Also, please stay tuned until the end for the announcement of our future events. Ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart our program today, I would like to invite Ms. Umu Alia, the project leader of Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021, to give an introduction about our company Livenas and to tell you more about our event today. Please welcome Ms. Umu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Afiq. Thank you very much, Mr. Afiq, the MC for today's CDF MY 2021. Hello, everyone. This is Umu, and please.
Assalamualaikum. Very good morning and first of all, I would like to say welcome to the Career Discovery
Forum in Malaysia.
CDF MY 2021. My team members and I have been working for
a month to make the CDF a reality. It is indeed an honor to have all of you together with us on this lovely Saturday morning. Let me start off by introducing myself. My name is Umu Alia, and I enjoy outdoor activities, and I'm a cat person. A little bit about my background study. I was conferred a bachelor's degree of mechanical precision engineering, in which I was very much interested in acoustic studies. Then I wanted to work on environmental issues to contribute back to society so that everyone on Earth can enjoy a safer and more greener environment. And I furthered my master's in sustainability and environmental sciences. I joined Livenas in September 2020, and being in Livenas, it allows me to carry my own personal mission and exercise it in the project that I'm involved in. So my main mission is to bridge the gap between academia and also industry to create a better and sustainable world, especially in tackling climate change. That's pretty much about me. Next slide, let me introduce our company, Livenas. We are a group of researchers and innovative group of professionals who share the same mission of advancing science and technology for global happiness. As you can see from the photo here, these are our members. We are coming from various science and technology related academic backgrounds to contribute for a better world. Basically, instead of manufacture products, we manufacture useful knowledge by combining the knowledge of our members in creating solutions for our client needs, to our clients who share the same vision as us. And how Livenas started? So Livenas started back in 2002. There were major issues in Japan. One of the issues was there was lack of interest in science among younger generation because they couldn't relate what they learned in the classroom into real life application. And the second issue was that the government nurtured a lot of PhD holders through their policy. However, there was mismatch in industry side and limited amount of position in the academia. Thus, there were a lot of PhD holders couldn't find a job at that time. So in order to calm these issues, our Livenas founders, the 15 enthusiastic graduate student Livenas founders, established Livenas in 2002. So all of them were graduate students at that time, and all of them are researchers. And that's how Livenas started. Next slide, please. And then after now, Livenas is a leading science-based communication company with knowledge-based platform. So our HQ are in Tokyo and Osaka, Japan. We have offices in the UK, US, Singapore, Malaysia, and the new office in the Philippines. So we work with all our members in all sort of different areas, and most of our members are PhD and master's holders. So within our group of company, we have we composed of research institute, venture capital, VCs, manufacturers, and also startups that we're supporting. And next slide is what we are doing. So as a Live and As members, we bring solution to the society. We train ourselves as science speech communicators. What we do is that we simplify the knowledge from research or academia world in a easy understand, in a easy understand manner. So we not only communicate about science, but we also communicate about issues, technology, and also the need to create new business together with our partners. Next slide is to summarize. We have created our own knowledge-based platform of 4 main business pillars. So the first pillar, or our core education, is education. Our core business is Education Development Division, in which we educate younger generation to be interested in science and technology. We also expand our support for human resource development. This is where we gather here together. We gather here today for CDF. And also under HR development, we provide training for science speech leaders. Next, as well as if you're coming from academia or if you're a researcher, you are most welcome to join our Hyper Interdisciplinary Conference, HIC, to collaborate with our industry partners. And the final pillar is the Frontier Development Division. If you are interested in entrepreneurship, we have this program called Tech Planter. This is a platform for you to share your technology and also your knowledge and in solving deep issues. Then, as a group, we created more than 200 projects per year. Next slide. And this is it. Today, you are at the Career Discovery Forum. So this is the platform where we support graduates to engage with startups, big corporations, and also researchers to explore your future career path. So CDF is a very unique program, and it's different from any other career fair. CDF started in Tokyo in 2016. So it was introduced by our group, Live and As Group, and started as a seminar where university students, researchers, and companies exchange thoughts and vision with the aim to create new science research topic and design future careers together. Today, we also have CDF happening in Kobe, Japan at the same time now. Next slide, please. So basically, these are the issues that we would like to tackle through CDF MY 2021. Firstly is, of course, the limited career opportunity, especially in Malaysia, where graduates working in different fields in order for them to survive. There's also a gap between employers and also graduates. Both parties do not match or understand each other's needs. And also there were limited opportunity if you aspire to be a researcher, especially in Malaysia, in order for you to execute your R&D skills, as well as, so this problem may also contribute to graduates seeking, especially highly skilled and educated graduates tend to seek opportunity abroad. So this could lead into brain drain in Malaysia as well. So just to share a little bit about my personal experience. So these issues resonate with me because I was in this position. Just 7 months ago, I was a student, and then when I was a student as a bachelor's degree as well as master's degrees, I have these difficulties and dealing with this issue. It was a very difficult position for me because it's due to this issue, it was leading towards constant worries. How can I discover my career path? Can I get a job, especially in Malaysia? And as mentioned, luckily, I found Live and As, and I'm working with the Live and As allow us to carry out personal mission. And my personal mission for CDF MY 2021 is to give exposure that I wish I had when I was a student. Thus, I would like to bring this platform all together with our members. We provide you this platform so that you could have your own career path discovery early, especially when you're still a student. So this is opportunity for you, and please take this opportunity to get as many exposure as possible, especially if you're intend to work in Malaysia. Next slide, please. So this is going to be our third time conducting CDF in Malaysia. we need continuous support from you. And the theme for CDF-MY is future-proofing career in the fast-changing world. So fast-changing world can be defined as we're in unprecedented era of COVID-19, where everything is shifting towards digitalization, and as well as we're in the transition times of era 4.0, where there's a new opportunities, job opportunities, and as well as some of the job will be irrelevant in a few years' time. And how can we enjoy the career, especially for you, millennials? And the mission for this CDF this year is to provide a unique platform for technology enthusiasts to discover your career path. Next slide. So please take this opportunity to enjoy all of the sessions that we have at CDF-MY 2021. Please utilize this chance to expand your knowledge, get inspired, exposure, and make connection to discover your own career path. Feel free to voice out your ideas and don't be afraid because you can evolve and use this, next slide, and use this as your platform. So as a project leader for this program and on behalf of Livenas member, highest appreciation goes to our partners making this CDF a reality. Thank you to our strategic partner, Cyberview Sdn Bhd, session partner, Top Glove Corporation Sdn Bhd. All participating companies are eager to listen to your ideas. We have Iranoa, Dingstar Private Limited, Uplina Co Limited, Robotpreneur Sdn Bhd, Shaz Innovation Solution, Next Platform Sdn Bhd, and Intern Spoon and Sdn Bhd, as well as our supporting partner that help us in gathering participants. We have MyBiosa, MBios, GMT, Sky, MSAJ, Masca, and KBR Japan. Thank you for choosing us and supporting CDF-MY. Let's continue to work together for future events. I would like to welcome again everyone to CDF-MY 2021. I hope you gain as many opportunity and exposure as possible. So please enjoy all of the session. And just like BTS as a song, life goes on. Let's move on to our next agenda. Over to you, Mr. Afiq.
Thank you very much, Ms. Umu, for the presentation. I hope that everyone can get the idea of the importance of today's event and use this platform to discover your potential future career. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us move on to our keynote speech by our guest of honor, Dr. Rahmat Shazi. Before that, allow me to introduce a bit about our speaker for today. Dr. Rahmat Shazi is currently the Technology Director for Shaz Innovation Solution, as well as Director at STEM for All Makerspace. Prior to joining industry, he was a mechanical engineering lecturer at UTP, specializing in computational fluid dynamics. In combination with his PhD on business management, he is also an expert on social data analytics and innovation management. Dr. Shazi had 20 years of prior experience managing innovation in Petronas, consulting work in Australia, and director at Strand Aerospace for high-value industries. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Rahmat Shazi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much to Livenas for this opportunity and Trust, of course, to share a bit about how do we actually nurture innovators. The title of the speech, Nurturing Innovators and Creative Thinkers Through Innovative Work Behavior. I'm aware of the time. Can somebody from Livenas confirm with me how much time I have, including the Q&A?
It's supposed to be about 20 minutes only, Doctor.
Okay, so I'll spend the first 10 minutes. Very short, but inshallah very packed. Yeah, first 10 minutes talking about innovative work behaviors, because what we have discovered in our past experience managing high-value graduates, reskilling graduates into high-value jobs, is that they have a nuance of what these are, but when we ask, so do you know what that means in terms of behaviors? They went, no lah, we don't know. So today, at the end of these 10 minutes, and of course the additional Q&A, you will understand what innovative work behaviors are all about. So may I share my screen then?
Yep, please, Doctor.
All right, so here we go. Let me know if you can or cannot see it on screen. Is this is the slideshow visible?
Yes, but you have to make it full screen, please, Doctor.
Right. Is it full screen now?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right, lovely. So you should see the front screen. Yeah, created our CDF, nurturing innovators and creative thinkers through innovative work behaviors. So just quickly, I run Shaw's Innovation Solution. That is my core business. That's my main expertise, managing innovation value chains. But I also run the STEM for All Makerspace over at Taman Mall in USJ, as well as being a board of directors or a board of trustees on Combat Advanced Meditech, a medical engineering company where we do some engineering work, as well as an associate sociometric consultant at Anthropotech UTKM. So I'm bringing all this information together from the engineering, from sciences, as well as the social sciences together in this 10 minutes. But let's get a few things sorted out. You're talking about a career, yeah? And you heard just now Miss Umu talking about, Alamak, I just graduated. Where do I go? Right? What kind of industry should I go in? What will I do? What will I be asked to do? What should I do? All these questions usually comes to minds, especially to fresh graduates. And that's why you usually go into training programs, yeah? Go into training programs. Before I forget, Invest KL just sent me yesterday an invitation for a special graduate finishing school program. And I will share that with all of you in a bit, yeah, once we're done with this. So what kind of industry, what will I be asked to do? What should I do? You really need to ask yourself the lower question. What should I do for high value jobs? And this, ladies and gentlemen, is essentially what industry expects to see if they want to engage you for high value jobs. One, you need to understand the innovation value chain. The innovation value chain, as the name suggests, is a chain. Several phases, starts with problem identification and idea generation. And then you move that idea to championing the idea and realizing that idea. So first you identify what exactly is the problem out there. Then you generate ideas to solve this problem. These two falls under the creativity-oriented work behavior. So this is related to the creative side of our keynote speech. Then we move on to championing the idea and realizing it, implementing the idea that's been generated based on the problem that's been identified. You may ask, why does this matter? Here's my short answer. In a lot of organizations, in a lot of countries, they don't use the whole value chain. And usually when that happens, the ideas get stuck. They are not turned into innovations. In Malay, they don't become inovasi, they become inobasi. Basi as the word, as in the Malay word meaning the food going bad. Yeah, so not inovasi, inobasi, that's a play on words. Now, I want you to focus on the work behaviors related to these two phases. For the creativity-based innovative work behaviors, look at those lists. Creating new ideas for difficult issues. Do you do that? Do you search out new work methods, techniques, or instruments? Do you do that? Or do you only look at what you were taught in university? Because universities train you to understand what are the work methods out there. But in businesses, they expect you to be able to seek out work behaviors that are new or work methods that are new to the company. Yeah, so that's another creativity-based work behavior. Then generating original solutions for problems. Do you generate original solutions? Do you integrate ideas that you see from various places, integrate them together, counts as an original solution, yeah? Copying an idea from somewhere else and taking it as a whole, not so much, but integrating idea, you see idea A, idea B, idea C, integrating it together to tackle the problem in the company that you're working in or the company you own, yes. And finally, evaluating the use of those ideas. This is something that's usually missing. Yeah, because before you take it to idea championing, before you move it from creative to implementation, you need to have the ability, or your organization needs to have the ability to evaluate, hey, this new idea, is it useful or not? Yeah, or is it just a cool technology with no real value to the organization? Different organization works differently. You need to evaluate match the use to the organization. Yeah. Then you move to implementation. These in this box here, let me change the pointer to something that will make it clearer. Here, the implementation-based work behaviors are required. You need to exhibit the ability to mobilize support for innovative ideas. Just like Steve Jobs, you are able to convince people, hey, support this idea. Hey, this idea, the idea that you have is great. Here's a better idea. Then getting approval, because you need to get buy-in. Pitching is one thing. Pitching ideas is one thing. Getting buy-in is another stage. And that's what's usually missing. You hear a lot of pitching competition nowadays, right? Pitching here, pitching there, pitching everywhere. But guess what? If you're not able to get the buy-in of the people you're pitching to, that's not really useful. So pitching is a skill you need to have. It's a subset of getting buy-in. Next, making important company members enthusiastic for innovative ideas. Here's the challenge. Here's idea championing again. Yeah. So you need to be able to exhibit these behaviors. Having the skill is one thing. Being able to exhibit the behavior is another stage. Transforming those novel ideas, those innovative ideas into useful applications. Again, here's the realization part. So you need to work with people within the organization and outside of the organization to make this novel idea happen. A phrase that I may use is this. For creativity-oriented work behavior, you have to think outside the box. For implementation-oriented work behavior, you have to create the box so end users understand how to use the idea. Hopefully that makes sense. So thinking outside the box, then creating that new box. Introducing the innovative ideas in the work environment in a systematic way. That's the creation of the box. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the innovative work behaviors that we need to see you have. Or you're supporting people who have these skill sets. Because we can't do everything. That's the reality. We find that usually people are good at either creative-oriented work behavior or implementation. But make sure you understand the whole value chain and understand where your strengths are and support people whose strengths are doing those other things. This is essentially how you actually nurture your capabilities. By the way, all these are actually based on research, research on real organizations. Perhaps if you have any questions on these work behaviors, feel free to actually ask them in a bit. So our keynote speech is slightly different. We give you an opportunity to actually ask, why does this set the tone for our CDF? I'm going to skip over this, but I'm going to focus on this. High value add work requires you to be able to, one, look at the industry problem, identify the problem clearly, generate those solutions, and evaluate the utility of the ideas that you generate before you implement them. Remember the innovation value chain, yeah? The challenge though is this. When you start doing this, you will find that there are bits of the problem and you need to be able to break it down into segments, yeah? Because an industry problem, a real problem, would be made up of multiple facets. If it's an engineering problem, it's not just engineering. There's business, there's human resource, there's finance, there's insurance. So all of those make up all these oblongs. And some of these oblongs, I call them they're oblongs, like eggs. Some of these you know, some of these you don't. So you need to be able to structure the problem into these small segments. And then you need to be able to identify and communicate things that you don't. Understand that there are always things that you don't know. But then this is where it's important for you to go back to your bosses. Now, if I may backtrack to this slide, and acquire approval for innovative ideas to tackle, or indeed approval to get data on things that you don't know. You see the major difference? Here, you're not taking instructions, you're giving instructions, including giving instructions to your boss, convincing your boss, here's a problem, but I know, or we know how to tackle this. We know the innovation value chain and the work behaviors associated with that. We know what we know what we don't know. Help us sort this out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is essentially what high value add work is really all about. I mean, we can go in depth later on, but that is what industries are really looking for today. Yeah. After this, there will be a forum that will probably focus more on the specific segments under these. But I hope that this particular short sharing under this keynote speech gives you an idea what it is that you need to focus on. As fresh graduates, I'm sure that you're going to go up against a lot, and under normal circumstances, a lot of experienced people. Under the pandemic circumstances, a lot more people with experience. This is how you can rise above the crowd. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at the time. I'd rather spend more time answering questions so that we can have more meat behind this particular presentation. And just quickly, this is my last slide. Yeah, know your technical stuff. Know your stuff. Know your bread and butter. If you're an HR student, know your HR stuff. If you're a business student, know your stuff. You know your business models. Know the evaluation models available out there. Yeah, this is your stuff. Find opportunities to present to top management. Refine your soft skills and relational skills. Take part in organizing committees of events, because this will give you a lot of the experience, a lot of the knowledge and work behaviors that I mentioned earlier. Yeah. And argue sometimes using an opposing perspective. Let's say you believe in A for a particular topic. Think about what is the opposing perspective. Why do people disagree with you? So understand that. And that's very critical in winning over top management support. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would rather prefer to actually switch to the Q&A mode. So I'm going to stop sharing and perhaps take any particular questions that you may have. That is okay. Sorry, is that you, Zaim? Afiq, yes. So we seem to have already questions. Oh, we don't have any questions here.
Yeah.
In the chat box. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Shazli, for the insightful presentation. I think a lot of important points have been shared by Dr. Shazli. Graduates can start to identify the potential and the possible opportunities that we have in the market right now. So due to the time constraints, I'm only going to open for one question if the participants have any. So participants, please unmute your microphone if you have any questions to ask to Dr. Ahmad Shazli. If you don't have any, I'm going to proceed with the next agenda. So anyone?
Any questions on the work behaviors?
So yeah, we have one question.
Hello.
Right. Yes.
Good morning, doctor.
Okay,
I have one question. My name is Muhammad Hidayah. I have one question.
Yes, Ms. Muhammad.
How to championing an idea to conservative people or a conservative organization?
Yes. So thank you for the question. Is it Haider or Hidayah? Hidayah as the prophet, yes. Yeah? Okay, thank you for the question, yeah?
Right,
thank you for the question, Brother Hidayah. So essentially, you need several skill sets that comes together to win over a very conservative group. That's the reason why they're conservative, yeah? That's the reason why they are that, because they're very protective, they're risk averse, they don't want to take risks. When in actual fact, when you talk about innovative thinking styles, but first you must understand their context. It could be that they are running a low value add industry where they don't need to take risks. Compare an aerospace company with a glove making company or rubber product making company. Their investment appetites, their appetites are very different. So you need to understand that. You need to understand how to put together your argument based on their appetite. If you put your arguments based on an aerospace appetite, it's not going to work. That's just the reality. Yeah? In business, that's the reality. But if it's a company that's really engaging, like, for example, I'm a board of trustee in Combat Advanced Meditech. We actually develop medical engineering products. Very challenging. It's more challenging than aviation or aerospace, we found out, surprisingly. Now, what you need to do are three main skill sets. One, cognition. There are actually a lot more skill sets that you need to have, but these are the 3 top ones that we have found during our work reskilling Selangor graduates for high value add industries. First, cognition. You must know your technical bread and butter. Yeah, we have come across candidates or graduates who, on the surface of it, really knows this stuff. Yeah, really knows this stuff. And these are both from local and foreign universities. But you must have paralanguage skills. This is where you can leverage on linguistic skill sets, including body language, to present your message. This is critical, especially when you're doing an online presentation here. All that they can see is just your face, maybe your shoulders, a bit of your arm movement. Yeah. Maybe reflection in your glasses. That's it. So you need to actually have the ability to manage your inflection, the way you present your message. It's got to be congruent with the message that you're sending. And then you must have communication chemistry. These are the 3 skill sets: cognition, paralanguage, communication chemistry. What's communication chemistry? The ability to read in the audience's responses, whether they understand what you've just presented or they have not. Now, that's a challenge. For your information, we are currently delivering this particular program to Unicel and Quest students. Tomorrow, inshallah, will be the last day for cohort 4. And we will start delivering this particular program to UTHM students in the near future, inshallah, during the fasting month. So those are the 3 skill sets. And I hope, Hidayah, that gives you an idea. If you're not quite clear or you need more information, if you have friends in Unicel, Quiz, ask them. Or you can contact me via my email address at shazi@shazinnovation.tech. I'll write my email address here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Shazi. I think we can have another question on the chat. So, Mr. Vivian, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yes.
I'm aware that education for since young are framing us.
Oh, wow.
To just throw everything to us and expect us to know all that without much understanding. So ironically, people expect graduates to be innovative when we growing in an environment that restricts our creativity. So may I know how we students are able to nurture our creativeness in ourselves? Very interesting question. So please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Vivian. Yeah. Now, Vivian is asking about, I'm not quite sure whether I'll use the word framing though. Yeah. But I do understand the methodology that they deliver with, again, through my STEM center, we understand the problems at school. We understand parents' concern and students' concern as well. What you must understand is that all this while, our education system has really been focused on what the Malaysian industry, the majority of the Malaysian industry say they want. What do they want? Low value add people. People who can follow instructions, people who can actually execute or run very complicated devices, but not necessarily improve upon them. As an ex-Petronas staff, I can vouch for that. I have seen a lot of cases, but I'm not here to actually complain about other things. I'm here to actually help you move forward. So what you need to do is, if you take a look at the conclusion slide that I gave you earlier, I recommended that you partake in organizing committees, especially if it's a volunteer body. Why do I mention that? Why do I actually mention that? Because in those voluntary bodies, a lot of the activities, they are essentially social innovations. You have to figure out how to solve a particular problem. Sometimes there's no template. For example, okay, this is the first inaugural badminton competition. Okay, how do we arrange that? We don't know. How do we sort this out? Well, we don't know. That we don't know is a good point where you get together and ask the question, how do we put together a solution for this? And the experience there, believe it or not, will really be helpful when you start going into industry or run your own company. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these companies will say, okay, we know how to run that. We're going to a new business stream. This is high value add. That one adds, what each person will probably make 10,000 ringgit for the company. This new industry, 100,000 per staff. There are a lot of things we don't know. How do we tackle that? The experiences in organizing events, badminton competition, I don't know, treasure hunt and whatever. Those skill sets force you to be innovative. In other words, think of new ideas and make sure you can execute. So participate in those. So that's one of my strong recommendations. Yeah, Vivian. There are more recommendations, but if you ask me to list them, that I would put on top of that list.
Okay.
Yeah, back to you.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Ahmad Shazi, and thank you for all the questions. Very sorry, Doctor, but we have to proceed with the next agenda.
No worries.
If anyone have any other questions to Dr. Ahmad Shazi, you can share on the chat button below. We will forward the question to Dr. Ahmad Shazi later on and forward the answers to you via email. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now let's proceed to the next exciting session, which is the forum session. So, ladies and gentlemen, the forum session is entitled Future-Proofing Career in the Fast-Changing World, which is also the theme for today's Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. This session will be moderated by Ms. Umu Alia from Research Development Division of Lebanese Malaysia Sdn Bhd, who is also the project leader for Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021. To not waste any more time, I will pass to Ms. Umu to start the forum session. So Ms. Umu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Afiq. Thank you very much, Mr. Afiq, the MC for today's CDFMY. It's me again, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Umu from Research Development Division. Assalamualaikum, a very good morning. I hope all of you are ready for our forum session today. First of all, I would like to greet all three panelists. We have here Dr. Sarina Cheoma, Senior Research Associate from Khazanah Research Institute. How are you, Dr. Sarina? How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning, can you hear me?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarina. And then next panelist, we have Mr. Nigesh Ahmed, Head of Solution and Services of Leaderonomics Digital. Hello, Mr. Nigesh. Good morning.
Hi, Umo, and hi, everybody. Good morning on this Saturday, and thanks, everybody, for joining in.
Thank you for joining us. And then the third panelist is we have Mr. Kaitra, Founder and CEO of Linkstaff Private Limited. He is currently in Singapore. Hello, Mr. Kaitra. How are you doing?
Hello, Mo. I'm good.
Thank
you hear me?
Thank you for joining us in today's forum session. So I hope all of you are ready for a forum session, and I guess all of the panelists are ready as well. So let's start. So first of all, before we start, let me briefly explain about the structure of the session. We comprises of three sessions. Our first round. The first round, we will listen to all of our honorable panelists here, sharing about themselves and also their career path. And second round would be the discussion among panelists, in which I'll be asking few questions. And then we're going to have Q&A session. So all of participants, you are most welcome to extend your questions to panelists using the chat session featured at the bottom below. And then afterwards, we're going to conclude and share the message and final remarks by all of our panelists here. And to start off, the hypothesis for the forum session is the career is not limited to one particular field. And the theme for this forum session is future-proofing career in the fast-changing world. So let's start off with our first round. I would like to invite Dr. Sarina Cheoma. Can you please share about yourself, your academic background, and also tell us the story about your career path? What makes you are now?
Thank you very much, Ms. Umo. Can you hear me very clearly? Okay, great. First of all, thank you to Lebanese for having me here. Umo, you all right?
Excuse me, Dr. Sarina, I'm having trouble with my audio.
No worries, I'll hang on.
Hello?
Yep.
Yes, okay.
There's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Hello?
Yep.
Yes, okay. I'm so sorry. So let's move on. Okay, Dr.
Yeah, much better actually. It sounds much better now.
I see. Okay. Apologize for the audio technical issue. So let's move on, Dr. Sarina. Let me ask again. Can you please share about yourself, your academic background, and tell us the story about your career path and what makes you are now?
Sure, my pleasure. So hello, everybody. To all the prospective graduates and those looking for a job, I hope that I'm able to add some value to your thinking process. So my name is Serena. I am a Budak Selangor. I grew up in a public school. So I was in Sekolah Rendah Kebangsaan and Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan as well. And I've done well in school. And Alhamdulillah, I knew at a very young age that my parents could never afford to send me to further my studies. So at a very young age, I was already planning ahead, knowing that I needed scholarships in order to push myself forward. So I remember when I was in secondary, I looked up JPA's characteristics of how to qualify as a scholarship. And I just attacked that and made sure I scored every single categories of JPA. And Alhamdulillah, that's how I got a JPA scholarship to go to New Zealand to do a degree in biotechnology. 4 years on, I've got a first class honors in biotechnology and I love my science, but I realized that it is not enough and I wanted to go further in the academic achievements because I felt that it wasn't enough for me. And I also thought, hey, if I can go straight for a PhD, why not? So I jumped. I didn't do my master's. I went straight for my PhD in Oxford University, and I did a PhD on plant paddies. So I'm a specialist in plant diseases. And of course, as some of you would have known, when you do a PhD, it's very specific. It's very sort of niche environment. But I have also always enjoyed science communication, inspiring people, explaining to people about science. And so because of that, when I came back to Malaysia, just going a step back, I was funded by Khazanah to do my PhD. So as you realize, throughout my academic experience overseas, it has always been funded by the taxpayers. So I knew that I had to come back and serve the country because it is just, I owe it to the people of Malaysia. It is their taxpayers' money that funded my PhD and my undergrad. So I came back to Malaysia with the thinking that I want to serve the country. But I knew that I didn't want to be in the university. And we'll share about this more with Ms. Umo later, how I jumped from a PhD and not necessarily going into a university. We'll talk about that more later. But after that, I joined a think tank called Khazanah Research Institute. And particularly because I enjoy agriculture, and I realized in Malaysia, agriculture is not very highly regarded. People always think of agriculture as dirty, hard work, not cool. It's like the last thing you would think about. Whereas if you go to UK, Australia, New Zealand, Norway, United States, agriculture is like, hey, it's a cool thing to do. It's high tech. And I want to bring that in Malaysia, make a change. So that's why I am where I am today, in the hopes that we can change the landscape of agriculture and everyone can perceive agriculture in a totally different mindset. That's it from me, Umo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarina. So I hope all of the participants inspired by your story. It was amazing to hear, listening to your story, you jumping straight away from bachelor's degree to PhD, as well as working in a think tank, and you're specialized in agriculture, especially paddy. So thank you very much, Dr. Sarina. Next, let's move on to our second panelist, Mr. Nigesh Aman. So Mr. Nigesh Aman is currently working with Lead Doronomics Digital. So Mr. Nigesh, can you please share about yourself, your academic background, and tell us the story about your career path and what makes you are now?
All right. So I think an easy way to sort of encapsulate myself is the fight between my logical brain and my creative brain. So that's been pretty much what my life has been. Similar to Dr. Serena, I grew up through the public school system from Sekolah Rendah Kebangsaan, Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan. And I would like to say, like, for those who may be thinking that public school's not so much fun, trust me, it's really fun because you really get to mix. I think, if anything, that's the best melting pot for you to understand what Malaysia is, because you will have everyone there. You will, yeah, sure, you'll have all the trappings of being a kid, from people teasing each other, bullying, and all that. But it's a great way to sort of build that cultural bond with each other. So starting in public school, then moving on from there to deciding what I was going to do. And I have to say, my life didn't start as well planned as Dr. Serena, because she already knew that she was going to do the scholarship JPA thing and all that. I literally was thinking, okay, what's the best thing I can do, which my parents would fund me for? That's literally what I thought when I was going into studies. So I did A levels, and then I went into engineering, mechanical engineering. I always had a propensity for science, engineering, those kind of things. So it was something I enjoyed, but it was during that time where I discovered the other side of my brain, the creative side of my brain. So I went deep into production, stage production, acting, directing, producing plays, those kind of things. Yes, having the chance to actually work at the actor studio, going up on stage, KL Pack, those kind of places. And that's also where I discovered my love for music, my love for music and music production. But as I went into the working world, then I went into actually towards sales. And maybe later on, Umu is going to ask some questions, which I'll reveal more about that. But going into sales, understanding what the world of business and business development is like, kind of gave me a different angle to how people interact with each other, and what are the fundings that actually help turn things around. And I finally, at one point, decided, you know what, I think I really need to do something about my degree that I got. So I went into engineering. I worked at Texas Instruments for a good 6 years, which is another key point of my journey, which made me discover something very important, which dictates what I do today and why I do what I do today. While I was at Texas Instruments, I started my own business, which is actually in production. So I leaned into music, I leaned into the entertainment scene, and that built the innovative entrepreneur side of me. And now I'm in leaderonomics. But before getting here, I actually teached at Taylor's University for a while. I worked in marketing and advertising for a while. I also did fintech for a while. And now here actually is a culmination of everything I've been doing throughout my life, teaching me that my purpose, or why I did what I did, and every juncture that I got to, I dealt with people, helping people, whether to grow them or helping them in a particular task. I feel that I'm here to add value to others, and I live on that purpose of adding value to others. So no matter what I do, as long as I'm adding value to somebody else, I am happy. So that's a little sneak peek of what I'm doing. And for the more recent thing I'm doing, I'm working in the digital space. So creating apps, actually creating a learners app for everybody. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later, but it's a new junction in my life, running a business towards building an app for Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Nigesh. Wow, very impressive. You're coming from fresh graduate as mechanical engineering student to doing creative, and then coming back to engineering world, and then doing marketing and sales, and now you're creating apps. That's amazing. And then I guess the key takeaways here, the main point is add value to others. That's interesting. Thank you, Mr. Nigesh. Let's talk more about that later. So let's move on to our third panelist, Mr. Kai Chua. Mr. Kai Chua, he is the CEO of Linkstaff Private Limited. So Mr. Kai Chua, can you please share about yourself, your academic background, and tell us the story of your career path? What makes you are now?
Hi, thanks Umu for the introductions. And I'm Kai. I was graduated from MJIT, UTM. Actually, Umu is my junior. And anyone here from like MJIT or UTM? Yeah, I think I left UTM for about 6 years since I graduated. Well, pretty long. Well, I graduated first class from mechanical precision engineering, same course with Umu. So after I graduated from university, I started up a company with some of my uni mates back then, but it was a disaster. It doesn't really end up well. We closed up after 3 months, and one thing good is that we're actually quite good with our pitching. We are able to get some investors to invest like 10 over 1,000 on our ideas. So after closing down due to bad management and stuff, right, I learned through the experience that the business failed because of certain things. So after the closing down, that's when I started my first job in Singapore as an automation engineer after graduated as a mechanical engineer. in a semiconductor manufacturing company. The reason that I started working in Singapore is actually I want to pay back the investor monies. Actually, I do not need to pay them as it's not a loan; it's just an investment. But I feel bad because I spend the monies, and because of all these yeah, I wanted to pay them off. And working in Singapore was the fastest way to actually pay back them over thousands of dollars for me at that point of time. So instead of like getting my partners also forking out money to pay for them, I actually pay up all the investors by my own money. And that's how I ended up in Singapore. So after I worked in Singapore for about half a year, I went to apply PR there. Because in order to start a business in Singapore, right, you need to have at least 30% of local or PR shareholders of a company. So after I waited for around 1 year, I got my PR and I created my company after like half a year later, and it has been 4 years now. That's all from me, Umu.
Thank you very much, Kai. Thank you, Mr. Kai, for that very interesting introduction. Yes, Mr. Kai is my senior. So senior in Japanese is senpai, and he sure is a good senpai. Thank you. So he's coming from engineering background, and then working in Singapore, starting his own company at a very young age. I think you're less than 30. You're not even 30 yet. Am I right?
29.
That's interesting. Thank you very much. And I hope all the participants can learn from Mr. Kai here how to establish your own company at very young age. And the key takeaways, I guess all of us are coming from public schools. So that's interesting. So next, let's move on to that discussion session. So I would like to ask questions throughout this round. Firstly, Dr. Sarina. Okay, let's get to you. Why do you decided to take this path by being a researcher in a think tank? So basically, when I was a student, when I think about being a researcher in Malaysia, all I can think about is being a lecturer. And I didn't really know what else or what are the other opportunity for me in Malaysia. And I want to know from you, why do you decide to take this path, being a researcher in a think tank, when you graduated in agriculture background, and why think tank instead of academia or R&D division in the industry? And then can you please share the overview of being a researcher in a think tank, and what is the job scope like?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Umo. Long question there. So I kind of knew that having a Bachelor of Science wasn't enough for me personally. I was really hungry for knowledge. So it was very easy for me to decide, hey, I wanted to do a PhD. But even then, I already knew that it doesn't mean that if you do a PhD, you must be a lecturer. This is a big mistake that people always think about. Now, the times have changed. The way the work industry has changed a lot. And maybe those days, if you are a biotechnologist, a scientist, and you have a basic in SPM level is enough, or maybe A levels is enough. But as time proceeds, it is expected for you to know more and more. I mean, I'm not talking about all industry. I'm talking about my industry in particular, in agriculture, biotechnology, and genetics. So I knew that it wasn't enough for me personally. But also I want the audience to understand that the world is big. And even if you do a PhD and your PhD is very narrow, right? Like I did a genetics, a DNA test on diseases in paddy. So specific, like where are you going to get a job unless you do a research in it, right? But actually, the world is much bigger. For example, because you learn to do a PhD in paddy genetics, you also understand about plants. You also understand about food security. You also understand about agriculture in general. So your knowledge ball is actually bigger than you think. And in this big knowledge ball, your work can be much more flexible. So for example, you can still work in a big agricultural research houses. So even if you're a PhD in any other area, big companies have their own research house that they do. You can also work in consulting. You can also work, for example, a lot of people don't realize this, you can do what we call services. So for example, if I have a PhD in an engineer in drone, I can end up working in a drone company providing services to the agriculture sector, for example. So it's actually very broad. It's just that people always think, oh, if I have a PhD, I have to be a lecturer. Not necessarily, unless you really do enjoy academic work, which is journal articles, and you love teaching people, then that's your career path. So for me, it's not that I don't enjoy that. I absolutely enjoy that. But I also enjoy science communication. And the thing with the think tank is that for us specifically, we do policy research for the nation, which means that we need to enjoy whatever research that we do. We need to also put it out there. So I always tell people being in a think tank for policy research is two things. You have to be an introvert because you need to enjoy doing research alone, think alone, do a lot of research, read, learn. That's the introvert side. But you also have to be an extrovert because you need to enjoy talking to people, talking to government, do policy advocacy work. So both have to jive together. And that is why I like working in a think tank, because I get both of that together. Now, what is the job scope of working in a think tank in Khazanah Research Institute? Actually, a lot of people think you need an economics background. Not necessarily. Hey, I'm a scientist, I'm not an economist, but you need to be academically very, very high, like your CGPA needs to be high. And the typical job routine in a think tank is there's no job routine. There's no such thing as every day doing the same thing. Every day is different. Today you engage a panel discussion. Tomorrow you're at home doing research work. The next day you're doing data analysis. Another day you're reading journal paper. It varies. But what is consistent, I can tell you, is that you need to enjoy learning. Every day you have to learn a lot. If you're not learning, something is wrong with your job. So the job scope as a think tank is that it's continuous learning, continuous engaging with people. That's all I can think about. That's all, Omo, for me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarina. So I guess the key takeaways is learning is a continuous effort. So we have to learn and also engage with people when you work in a think tank. Thank you very much. Again, a new insight today, and I'm pretty sure all of the participants understand more about think tank, especially Khazanah Research Institute. Thank you, Dr. Sarina. Now I would like to ask a question to Mr. Nigesh. Why do you decided to take this path? I mean, coming from engineering background and then go towards creative side and then going back to engineering and then doing something else. Why did you decide to take this path? And now you're working with leaderonomics. And tell us more about shifting career path from your academic background, and then mind sharing your current job scope with leaderonomics.
Sure. Simple answer, I think I was crazy. That's why I did it. I wouldn't recommend to anybody to try to do what I did, but actually it's a very eye-opening experience. But I kind of want to jump off something that Dr. Sarina said, right? And the way I understood something she said, that she did her PhD, and though it was very specific, but it doesn't mean you're locked into what you're going to be doing. The most important thing, especially for everyone who's here, right? If you're studying, the key thing you're going to study, and think about this knowledge that you're studying, if you're doing, let's say, engineering, mechanical engineering, there's going to be a lot of specifics that you learn. The truth is, when you get out, you probably are going to only start using about 10% of it, of the theory component. But what you're really going to use a lot of is the thought processes. I think Dr. Sarina has kind of alluded to this. Like when you're learning the reason why a particular calculation works a certain way, a particular reason why certain things work a certain way. And by the way, if you hear certain noises, it's my son. He's here as well. So he decided to join the forum. Just give me a minute. I just got to tell him to go in front and play for a bit. And he was a nice boy that he said, okay, and he went in front. So yeah, as I was saying that, it is the thought process that people took to actually create that. So these theories or these calculations or all this came from scientists who did studies or physicists who did certain things, and they went through a thought process. That's the important thing to learn. And that's what I took with me when I went through my journey in my life, right? Of course, I would like to admit that early days in my life, I just couldn't decide what I wanted to do. That was the key thing. I couldn't decide what I wanted to do. But I leaned on something that I had from a very young age. I'm an extremely curious creature, and I'm not a touch and go creature either. Curious in the way where if I like something, I would really go learn that thing. I'd really try to understand that thing and really try to practice that thing. So that was what dictated what I started to do. So I was initially, when I started out, when I started learning, I thought, okay, hey, I honestly, or this is the real story. I liked cars. I liked Formula One cars. So I thought, what is closest to Formula One? Engineering. Okay, let's do that. So I went into engineering. I learned it. I actually filled myself with knowledge. I understood it. But as I was finishing up my engineering, there were other things that came along. And my son is here peeking. By the way, if you can't see, there's a head there. That's my son, actually. So he's joining in the conversation. So as I went through, other curiosities came about. Next curiosity that came about was actually, how do I make money? That was the next curiosity. How do I make money? So I thought, okay, what's the best place to learn how to make money? And so happened I connected with a friend of mine who was doing real estate. He had a real estate company. So I said, hey, I'll join real estate. I'll join real estate negotiations, and I'll do asset management, because then I'll learn how money is transacted, businesses and all that. Lo and behold, going into that field, it actually opened my eyes to so many other fields that was happening. Give me a moment.
No worries. I guess this is the perk of working from home.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. But after doing that, then I decided, you know what, I needed to learn structure, because when I did real estate, it was very unstructured. It was me running about every other place trying to find out what to do, how to sell this, late nights. And I needed structure. I needed to find how to work within certain processes. Hence why I went into engineering back again, spent 6 years there. And then there was this need of mine. My passion was growing in the creative side. I wanted to do something with music. I want to put out my own music, but I knew that I can't do it the typical way by just thinking that I'm going to be a star. I need to set up the infrastructure around me. So this is where now all that experiences that I've got from doing real estate, from learning engineering, from going into engineering, from actually in between doing production as well, was compounding itself and teaching me that, look, this, I got to think about this wisely. I've got to do certain things to ensure success for myself. So hence I opened up a business and started working on the music side of it. The business started out merely as a production, merely as a record label, but it grew to become a distribution house, publishing house, an event organizing house, production in music, production in video, and the studio is still there in Kota Damansara. So as I went through this journey, then I went into marketing and advertising, because I thought, okay, I need to learn how do I get the message across to the wide audience? How do I communicate to everybody? Hence, I went into advertising and marketing. A call to fame for mine is for those who know Maybank, Etika, if you know that whole smile thing that you see, that was me and my team who worked on that. So that's a little call to fame over there. And then I went into fintech because I needed to learn about new technology, because cryptocurrency was a big thing then. I needed to understand how that worked and how the world of technology and software worked. So I went into that. And as I went into that, then I finally understood each step of the way when I did these things. I every time ended up leading a team. Very quickly, I spent about 2 months being a functional person, and then very quickly I have a team and I have to lead the team. And I thought to myself, why? Why did I end up in that place? It was because I had this propensity of constantly wanting to add value to others. I found that out, and I really enjoyed growing people, growing systems, growing processes, ensuring success of businesses or business units. So I leaned into that. I really leaned into that. And then when I joined Leadernomics, this was the perfect space. It's the perfect space to live that purpose. And as I went through the years, and so happened last year, the pandemic hit, and every one of us had to think about how to relive our lives again. That's when I understood, okay, this was the perfect place, because we now started thinking, how do we virtualize upskilling people? How do we virtualize bringing more value to people? How do we digitalize businesses or solutions for businesses? And again, because I was very driven by my purpose, I leaned into that. And hence why I'm in the role right now I am in, where, yes, I want to continue adding value to people. I want to build an app that is able to help people learn and they control. And I know this as a person who imparts knowledge. Learning happens at the learner's level, not at the teacher's level. So I need to give that power to a person. How do I create an app that people can use in order to do just that? Right? So that was how I ended up here. So to sort of encapsulate this, you may find yourself in this situation. You may find yourself not knowing exactly what you want to do, but that does not mean you can't intentionally go through a process of discovery. The thing here is intentionally. Don't just go touch and go. If you want to learn something, go deep into it. Don't be scared that you're losing time. You're never losing time. But always intentionally learn, continue picking that up, using that as you move on to the next thing, but ultimately finding out why are you doing this. And when you find that out, it then doesn't matter anymore what you do. It is why you're doing it.
Thank you very much for the very moving, I would say, pointers from Mr. Nigesh. I guess the key takeaway here is the learning is a continuous process, and you need to have why factor, the curiosity.
And Umo, if I may add, continuous, yes, but very intentional. I
Oh,
think even Dr. Serena and her story, she was very intentional with what she wanted to do. So that's key there.
Thank you very much. I hope this pointers resonate with participants here, who are mostly, majority of them are millennials or still students. Thank you very much, Mr. Nigesh. Next, I would like to ask more about Mr. Kaitral points there. Why do you decided to take the path of establishing your own company? I mean, adding to the point that you mentioned earlier, and then what inspired you to establish Link Staff Private Limited? And you are the voice of young generation in this panelist as well. You're not even 30 yet, and then you're coming from engineering industry. So tell us more about that, and then what are the job scope like as an engineer and as a CEO now. So over to you, Mr. Kai.
Thanks, Omo. Well, I would like to say, what makes me wanting to start my own company is, I think I always have this like entrepreneurship blood in me since young. So since school day, right? You remember we always have this kind of like canteen day where we sell foods and stuff in school. Did you have it in your school? I mean, like we all from the same syllabus of school, right?
Oh, I still remember those days.
Yeah.
Canteen
So
day.
I remember I always lead my class to earn the most in profit of all the classes. And during semester break, during uni time, right, I will sell something to cover my expenses and to earn my travel fund, even though I don't have to as I'm under JPA. But you know, passion in entrepreneurships. I remember there's one semester break where I would do some small businesses to earn me some buck to travel, right? Where I was apprehended by the police for selling without permit. So back then, I was selling like Aldi shoelaces, where I imported from China through Alibaba. Not many people was sourcing from Alibaba back then. That was like I don't know, 9 to 10 years ago. Yeah, so this thing is very new in Malaysia, and usually during the semester break, of universities, right, is dropping within like the Ramadan sessions, Ramadan period. So there were a lot of bazaar in my town. So my business was very good. I pocketed about 500 to 800 every day. I remember I supplied some of the shoelace to one of the shoe seller there. Probably he was the one who reported me because he want to get rid of me. So after that case, I claimed my stock and went to Taiwan for holiday for 2 months. As of why I established my Link Staff company was, as an automation engineer, right? You have to make sure the automation equipments are running 24/7 for a smooth production. Probably Nigesh know it well because he worked in Texas for 6 years.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I have to make sure the productions are the equipment machines are running 24/7 for smooth productions. Any one of the machine broke down would cause a bottleneck to the production. So there were a few times where I was activated in the middle of the night just to recover the machines. And it makes me ponder if, let's say, I could come up with a system that could prevent these things from happening. And that's how I started Link Staff. I mean, like that started the idea of starting Link Staff. So I first tried it on my department and it spread out like a wildfire yeah, like a wildfire to other departments. So I see the demand in this, and that's how I started it. And why is it in Singapore? Well, because I'm in Singapore, and we are also currently expanding to Malaysia as well, as we receive a lot of like inquiry from Malaysia sites on how to conduct all these industrial 4.0 things. So as you mentioned regarding the voice of young generation in the industry, engineering industry, and share the like workforce in engineering, Umo, you want me to say this? Like later all of them want to quit their engineering dreams and wanted to be an entrepreneur like me.
Yes, yes. Feel free to say it.
Yeah, okay. Which I think one thing challenging for me, one thing is very challenging in engineering is because every time we faces different obstacles, different breakdowns, and we require critical thinking to solve the problem that rises at a very like split timing. We don't have any time to think on how to plan the uptime because the managers, the CEO of the manufacturing companies, they want us to up the machine as fast as possible. So we need a lot of critical thinkings and different ideas, find trial and errors to get the machines up. So a lot of creativity is needed for engineering industries. Well, yep, that's all from me, I think.
Kai, you just gave me a huge deja vu. just, just remembered those nights where orders in, machine down, machine down. I have to
Yeah,
go and
that's it,
handle
right? The life of engineers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kai, for the very interesting sharing. So I guess you started off with having this entrepreneurship, how to say, entrepreneurship curiosity from you, inside you, and then you turn the idea and also the issue that you saw in production line into business. So that's very interesting. So I hope a participant can also learn from Mr. Kai here. And then, yes, interesting to listen to all of your philosophy and also your motto of life. And then I would like to ask, feel free to answer to, any of the panelists, feel free to answer. So since we relate back to the theme, future-proofing career in the fast-changing world, when we talk about fast-changing world, we relate to IR 4.0, as well as we're living in unprecedented era of COVID-19 when everything is shifting towards digitalization and new normal, as well as how can we endure the career, especially for the millennial who are about to enter the workforce. What do you think about this crossing field in this challenging era, especially for the millennials? And what traits do you think are important to equip themselves in order to survive in this fast-changing world? So feel free to add to the pointers or feel free to answer to any panelists.
Okay. Maybe I'll start. Perhaps I would say from our stories, you already kind of gathered that you may start somewhere, but be prepared to go somewhere else. And especially in the world we're living in right now, the world is always changing. That's a hard and fast truth. Whether the pace of change, that is a different story. And we cannot deny the pace of change right now is really quick. So we don't know tomorrow what are the opportunities that are going to be there. But the key thing is whatever you are learning right now, do not ever think that it's going to waste. Do not. Because anything that you learn right now, you will suddenly find that it is so valuable to you because you'll find a space to apply it in. And that's the key. There's going to be a lot of opportunities. Find a space where you can apply yourself. And when I say yourself, means that what you've learned, your experiences, how do you apply yourself in that space? That's number one. Secondly is if you're thinking about being an entrepreneur, because that's the sexy word right now, being an entrepreneur, let me reframe your mind a little bit. Stop thinking of being an entrepreneur. Actually, stop. Think about how you can solve problems. And that's the key thing, right? Humanity, we are here as human beings, and our natural state is to solve problems. So think about how you can solve problems. Doesn't matter if you're doing a business, doesn't matter if you're working somewhere. Think about how you can solve problems. The next one I would say is what Kai just alluded to, which is creative thinking. When you want to solve problems, think creatively. Don't just think where you're sitting. Think about everywhere else around you. What do you observe? What do you see? Even the wildest ideas, the craziest ideas could lead you somewhere, but anchor them back again with the education that you got, the experience that you have, and the thought processes that you have. That gives you a centering back again. And then there's critical thinking. Critical thinking is, of course, you can think all the wildest ideas in the world, but you've got to pick one. You've got to pick one. You've got to decide which is the one that's really going to help somebody else or really going to solve this problem. And the very last one, and this one people kind of really miss out, is actually communication. It is so important for you to sell your idea as much as it is to solve the problem.
People mastery, right?
Yes. Because if you're just solving the problem in a vacuum and not talking about it to everybody else, it's not exactly solving the problem. So when we talk about innovation, I think we had the keynote speaker just now. He was talking about innovation. Innovation is just not creation only. Innovation is getting it to people and ensuring people use it. So that is probably the last one I would say that you got to have, especially when you're moving into this future of career that you have. So this allows you that flexibility. All these things I mentioned allows you that flexibility. Maybe hear from Dr. Sarina and also from Kai.
Kai, or you want me to go first?
Yeah, I can go first. Well, I think
Go ahead.
what is required for the millennials to prepare for the Industrial 4.0 is like, for the millennials, it's a very good opportunity for them to be the pioneer in this Industrial 4.0 era, because we just in Malaysia or most of the world, right, we just started it like 2 or 3 years ago. We're still very new. We still can be the pioneer of this era. So we need to adapt fast and learn quick. So instead of looking it as a challenge like COVID has given to us, right, I would like to take this as an opportunity. So COVID-19 actually like speed up the digitization space of all the countries. So it's like a reset button of the world. Those countries that able to adapt it well or quick, right, will be the next leaders. And instead of thinking as challenges, right, I would like to say that it will be a new opportunity. All the big MNC. Again, yeah, I heard something from Nigesh.
Sorry, it was from my side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so instead of like saying that it's a challenge, right, it will be more like an opportunity. All the big corporations, MNC and small corporations, right, they are not prepared for this COVID things. So this became a level battleground for all the players. Everyone is resetted. So what you need to do is become the leaders in your industry. So for the millennials, right, I would like to say that those you learn in university 4 years ago or during the 4 years, right, might not be applicable in the next 4 years after you graduated, as the world is changing very fast. So what you need, right, is actually the ability to be very flexible and learn quickly in this current like COVID-19 era and Industrial 4.0 era. That's all from me, Umu.
Thank you, and let's hear from Dr. Sarina.
Okay, I'm going to answer this question, but it is also related to Vivian's question, which I kind of want to answer because I think she asked a very good question. But going back to here, how do millennials survive or adapt is that be prepared that the first 5 years of you starting your graduate study, the learning curve is going to be very steep because you might be in a new environment, new industry. Like what Nigesh was saying, you might end up doing something new. So be prepared. So that first 5 years is your steep learning curve and you have to be prepared to learn. Now, what I want you to know is that your mindset, and I really want to advise everyone, all to the participants, never think that you know enough. Never think you are smart. Because the moment you think that you tahu banyak, you stop learning, you stop wanting to ask questions. So always have this curiosity in you and always feel like you don't know enough. In fact, if you notice, some of the world's professors, most brilliant professors are actually very humble, if you notice, because the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know a lot. So I want to advise the participants, that kind of attitude to have is to have this attitude that I don't know enough, I need to keep learning, because that's going to drive you forward. Now, I kind of want to answer Vivian's question about how to nurture creativity in ourselves. Now, when you guys are in lectures, because this is relevant for students, right? Your question is how to nurture creativity, which is related to your question, Umu. Now, when you are learning in school, in university, in lectures, you want to nurture this creativeness. Don't just accept whatever that is being addressed to you. I'll give you an example. If your lecturer says molecule of water is 2 atoms of hydrogen, 1 oxygen, don't just accept it, telan, go ahead. When you go to your lectures, have this mindset, challenge me, convince me. Why is it 2 hydrogen? Justify that. Why 1 oxygen? Why? What's the reasoning behind? Why can't it be any other atom? You need to have that kind of questioning mindset in order to keep your mind sharp so that you're always, the creativity side comes in when you're always questioning things, when you're always looking things from a different angle rather than just absorb the land, absorb the land, absorb the land. Now, this goes to your working environment as well. How do you keep your mind sharp? Because when you're in a working environment, it's very easy to be in a very silo environment, to do accounting or to be in the legal firm, or for me to do policy think tank. Now, how do you keep your mind sharp is that, for example, if you're a mathematician, don't just do mathematics day in, day out, day in, day out. Every once in a while, do something total opposite. Maybe go and read something about property valuation, or go and read up or sign up for the economist. Really switch the way you think, because that will add in creativity and freshness to your work. Because it's no longer, the days are so competitive that you can't just know one thing. Like if you notice, Nigesh and Kai, Mr. Kai, they're very broad, and even though they're an engineer, but they've achieved and mastered other areas. So that's one thing I want to advise to the listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarina, for that. Yeah, you answered my question. And yes, I guess the key takeaways is never feel that you know everything, or never feel satisfied, and keep learning. And yes, let's move on to the Q&A session. We received a few questions here in the chat session. We have one from Ms. Atika. I guess this question is for Dr. Sarina. Through this pandemic time, graduates from Master and PhD are also affected. Due to the pandemic, research project postponed, funding will hold, and some research cannot continue. And I would like to know from Doctor how, as Master, PhD, postgraduate, fresh graduate would sustain and survive in this condition.
Okay, I've read this question. It's very difficult to answer because I don't know what's the specific research area and what's the specific situation. So it's kind of hard to give a general answer. But what I can answer, if you really are interested in research, the problem with research is that, not problem lah, but the thing with research is really fast going. If you do something else for just 1 month, you miss out on a lot of things that's happening. So my advice to you, even though you're doing other work, but if you want to go back to research, make sure you still continue reading journal papers, go through conferences. Conferences are online now, it's far cheaper. So make sure you are at the tip of knowledge so that it doesn't happen that 1 year of MCO, by the time you come back, you've lost 1 year of knowledge and things that's happening. And one thing I want to say is that the great thing about being a researcher is that it actually works really well for work from home, because I absolutely enjoy working from home, because you don't have your boss lalu beside you. You don't have your colleagues saying, hello, hi, you want to read your policy or journal article. Suddenly somebody, hi, Sarina. And then, alamak, kena pergi lunch, social, introvert, kan? So the thing about working from home is that you can kind of focus in. So look at the positivity of working from home to catch up on all your readings before you go back into your work. But if you're worried about what you're doing, you can email me personally and tell me more about your work environment so that I can advise a bit more specific. Yeah.
And we have another question. I guess this will be the last question. We have one from Mr. Ayapa. What do you think of the biotechnology scene or ecosystem currently in Malaysia? And there was NBP back in 2005. Yes, he's very interested to know your advice, how to improve visibility of biotech, and as a student association, how can they help this industry?
Okay, one thing is, as a student association, don't forget that you do have MOSTI, which is the Ministry of Science and Technology. Work closely with them, because you go a long way if you work with the government as well as the private sector. So I think as a student association, have both. have close connection with the government and also with the private sector. Private sector in biotechnology, it can be, you know, food industry. So Nestle is big on helping people out and working with them. It can be in the, I don't know, in research. Even Sandabi have their own research field. Biotechnology is quite big lah. Food ke, agriculture ke, engineering ke. I mean, it's pretty huge, but make sure you have that both parties involved when you want to get the food student association running.
Thank you, Dr.
The other question is, have a mindset what they must work in a lab but can land a job. What is that? What's your advice to young biotech grads who have a mindset that they must work in a lab but can't land a job as such? What, I don't really get that question.
I guess this resonates to the second issues about our CDF here, how to exercise R&D skills when you aspire to be researcher, but that you must have to work in the lab, but you cannot land such a job outside of the lab. I guess that's the question. But yeah, since we have another question as well, so and we're running out of time, so I would from Lebanese side, we will compile all of this question and then we'll send to Dr. Sarina for her to answer, and we'll give it back to you later. Thank you very much, and I guess we coming to the final remarks and message. So from I would like to ask all the panelists to summarize the tips and advice on career, especially to millennials, to survive in this fast-changing world, and also if your organization provide employment or internship opportunity, you might want to do a pitch as well for our participants. So let's start. I guess let's start with Mr. Kai.
Hi. So for the final remarks, I will always want to advise the graduates or fresh graduates, always keep an open mind. Please do not give up when you meet obstacles. Take it as a blessing in disguise. Charge through it, and you end up to where you wish to go. Yep, that's all from me.
Thank you. And then I'll move on to Ms. Tanija.
Okay, I think I got three quick things to sort of like pull from everything that we've been saying here. I think firstly, with something that Kai mentioned before about always being creative, but never forgetting the thing that you do. If you are an engineer, if you're a researcher, if you're doing something rather technical, remember, the world is not only built on in the cyberspace and the digital world. We still need people to actually do the engineering to create things in order for other things to work. So never forget that the world still needs this, and that's a huge market space by itself. Another one is the question that we're going to Dr. Sarina, and Dr. Sarina kind of mentioned something quite critical there. Remember, if you anchor yourself on solving problems, even as a researcher, your funding doesn't only come from one source. You can actually go to companies, and companies actually are looking for people to do those research for them in order for them to create their products. You can apply yourself to them. And especially right now, think about the gig economy. The gig economy is changing really quickly. What we used to think as odd jobs are changing into projects. I say this because even from Leadernomics, we hire people for projects, like not small projects, but real big projects. So think of it even as a researcher. If there is a company, Serena kind of said, like Nestle, if Nestle wants to do a particular research, why don't go to them, talk to them? And sooner or later, you will see, and I've been talking to a few people on the gig economy side, they're going to bring in job scopes which actually deal with research and project-based research. So that's another space you can think of. And maybe the final thing I want to say here is, for everybody, whatever you do, when I say intentional, always tell yourself that I own this. Whatever you do, I own this. I am the one doing this. No one else forced me to do this. I own this. So if you say to yourself that way, then you're going to do all these things that we talked about. You're going to ask yourself, why else? You're going to challenge, like if you are asked to do a particular task, why am I doing this task? What's this contributing to? If I get a knowledge, where is this going? Why is the knowledge such? Why is the theory such? Always own whatever you're doing. Right. So with those three notes, definitely those of y'all out there, if you want to reach out to me, you can. My email is available to you. I'm also available on LinkedIn. Anytime, please connect with me. And yes, Leadernomics, we do take interns on cycles. So if you want to be an intern at any point in time, do also write to me. I can guide you to the right person.
Thank you, Sunigesh, for that. Yes, and also Dr. Sarina, just to sum up, your philosophy is very much aligned with Levinas philosophy, like hungry for knowledge, and knowledge is not only in particularly in certain fields. And yes, we would like to listen to your final remarks and also your message to all the participants.
Just to reiterate, don't forget that knowledge is not enough. So always don't think that you know enough. That's one advice. My second advice is that you need to be brave and go beyond what you're being taught in school. What are you being taught in school? That job is typical: accountant, doctor, lawyer, a few other teacher, right? Or a few others. I'm not saying these are bad jobs. What I'm trying to tell you is your job, your ideal job might be something else, and you might not know, and you must go and explore. Now, how to do that? You can go and do internships. You can go and expose yourself to expos, talk to people at the booths, those different companies. Make sure you push yourself out there, because you'll be ashamed if you miss out on your most ideal job just because of you think that the job doesn't exist. So my advice is put yourself out there and go and learn as much as possible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarina, and thank you very much to all three panelists in there. Big appreciation to all our three panelists. I hope the participants get the key takeaways from this forum session, and will inspire you to discover your career path in which it's not limited in one field only.
Yes.
Appreciate your engagement with the question that you've been forwarded to, and we will try to forward all these questions to the respective panelists. And before we wrap up, let's take a moment to capture photos together. So let's take photo together. Okay, are you ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. And yes, I guess that wraps up our forum session for today. And if you would like to engage with the panelists, do contact us as well. So thank you very much. This is the end of the forum session, and thank you for your attention. And over to you, Mr. Afiq. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the panelists and Ms. Umu for the insightful discussion. That discussion just now is what I would like to call as a gold mine for all who are still searching, still doesn't have any clear direction of what they are going to do once they get out to the real world. So I hope everyone already take note of all the valuable information from the discussion. Next, we are going to proceed with the company pitching session. Okay, so for participants, please listen closely to the sharing by the companies. In this session, each participating company will have 3 minutes to introduce their company and share the discussion theme that they are going to have in the mini career workshop. When I call the company name, the respective company representative, please turn on the camera, unmute your microphone and share your screen. Okay, so for Top Glove Corporation Berhad and Euglena Corporation Limited, we are going to play a short presentation video that they have shared. So are we ready? So for the first one, I would like to invite Iranoa Private Limited to deliver their presentation.
Hello guys, right, let me just share my screen. Okay. All right, can you guys see the first slide on my presentation?
I don't think we actually see your screen yet, Mr. Shafiq.
Hold on, let me just, hold on, all right. I think I forgot to actually share the screen. Sorry about that.
Oh, yes, now it's in the process of
Okay, all right, cool. I'm sorry. All right, so can I start now?
Yeah, please.
はい、はじめまして。私はシャフィックです。マレーシアから来ました。どうぞよろしく。皆さん、お元気ですか？ Okay. Right, you can just answer that in your own session. Okay, so basically my name is Shafiq and I am the head of strategy for Iranoa. We have actually two operations here in Malaysia and as well in Singapore. So what we do is we craft meat from plants. So what are the teething issues in Malaysia right now, apart from COVID-19? We have this children nutritional issues. Nearly 13% of our children are actually obese. And UNICEF study states that 1 in 5 Malaysian children are growth stunted. And Malaysia actually ranks 28th on the 2019 Global Food Security Index. And Singapore actually beat us to that. So food security is another issue. So is there a single solution to this? Yes, there is. It is called a plant-based lifestyle, a simple yet impactful action. We can easily, tackle the food nutritional issues by creating better diet for our future leaders, the kids, the younger generation, and being self-reliant and reduce meat importation costs. So I'd like to introduce you Nanka with the tagline "Meat Substitute Meat Jackfruit." We have this technology of, shifting this unripe jackfruit, which is sticky with the fruit sap and giving you all this gas. So we can change it into a plant-based meat, which is very similar to red meat with a high fiber profile. So our UVP, our unique value proposition, is that we typically use a lot less resources than animal meat patty. We are available all year round. All these raw materials are actually locally sourced. The similarity to animal meat, we have this chewy and meaty texture, which won't make you miss your beef or chicken. And the plant-based nutrition, which is fiber-rich, you can stay full for longer. And the plant-based protein that actually we use, are sourced from mushrooms, is a healthier alternative. So products right here, we start in Malaysia, we are selling as burger patties. Those are really the patties that we are actually selling right now with the packaging. And we are also positioning our product as a high value ingredient that can be used in other plant-based meat proteins or products produced by other companies. Our target market is basically divided into three: ethical businesses, that we want to be eco-friendly, and conscious consumers, busy career mothers, conscious millennials such as you guys, and caring government, because we are also looking into the supplementary food program in schools and kindergartens. The market size in Malaysia is growing. About a recent survey that we've done by a consultancy company, about 61% more people are actually shifting to plant-based diet. And really, the market that we are going into is the Asia, because Asia is identified by the Euromonitor International as the fastest growing region, and the coronavirus actually accelerates demand in in Asia. And our traction has been that we have received some seed investment from Japan, and Livanese is actually part of the GloClinic establishment. We have done our taste test. We have compared our plant-based patties with other renowned brands, and about 95% of the testers liked our patties. Our physical kiosks, as in the picture, we are now in the accelerator program by Scrum benches, and some media exposures in both online, printed, and offline media. So this is actually our team. That's me on the leftist. That's my partner, Amira. She's actually also my wife. And Ken is actually doing marketing. He's very experienced in F&B industry. And Satoshi is actually one of our angel investor, representing Carpe Diem just now. And he's also helping us in, expanding our market in Japan. And on the rightest is Dr. Ibrahim, which is the inventor of the technology and also our technical advisor. And we are coming up with our own facility. It's called Food Hub. This is where we're going to have our own production line, as well as housing a cloud kitchen, R&D lab, together as a training center. So this we have big plans for 2021, and hopefully we can achieve all our targets by this year. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shafiq, for the presentation. So next, we have a short presentation video from Top Glove Corporation Berhad.
Let me introduce our company overview and introduction of the fuel.
Sorry, a bit of technical difficulties there.
Resource Top Glove. Let me share a quick introduction about Top Glove. Top Glove Corporation Berhad is the world's largest manufacturer of glove, established in 1991 and headquartered in Malaysia. What started as a local business enterprise with one factory and one production line has today captured 26% of the world's market share for rubber gloves. The company has manufacturing operations in Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and China. It has also marketing offices in this country as well as in the US, Germany, and Brazil, and exports to 2,000 customers in 105 countries worldwide. As now, Top Glove has 47 companies. The team of our media career workshop is exploring Industry 4.0. The ideas and objectives are driven by a world that's increasingly exploring in a more sophisticated direction in line with Industry 4.0. It proves that Industry 4.0 really relies on innovation and technological skills of the upcoming workforce. Through this workshop, we will discuss two main elements, which are number one, in the technological-driven world, Top Glove products, which are not only technologically tuned to the customer's need globally, but also focuses on sustainable product development. And number two, there are several challenges when applying automation in the glove manufacturing industry. So, what do we need to do, and how to adapt with it? Simply need to explore the present as much as we can build a bright future. That is the ultimate goal for us to bring you all to explore the broad possibilities along with Industry 4.0. So don't wait any longer. Join our mini career workshop from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. today to find out your possibilities at Top Glove.
So thank you. Next one, we have Linkstuff Private Limited to share their presentation. So please welcome Linkstuff.
Hello. Okay, so Linkstuff Private Limited is actually incorporated in Singapore in 2018, and Linkstuff is a tech solution provider mainly for the manufacturing industry. In a very short span of 4 years, Linkstuff managed to have businesses with multiple multinational corporations like Infineon, FCI, AO, and AMS. Linkstuff was also honored to be able to win the SME 500 award by Singapore Association of Trade and Commerce for the year of 2020. Our mission is to help manufacturing companies to achieve zero machine downtime due to foreseeable or predicted failures. Thus, we help manufacturing companies to improve their company productivities and output through reducing the downtime of machine using IoT, AI, and computer vision related technology. We are strong in industrial Internet of Things, predictive maintenance, machine condition monitoring, digitization of process, system integrations, and also computer visions. The theme of discussion for the mini workshop will be how to improve the safety of a manufacturing company using IoT, AI, and computer vision related technology. So please join this workshop if you have technical knowledge in IoT, AI, machine learning, and computer visions, or you are interested in this topic. Back to you, MC.
So next we have Iglena Corporation Limited, all the way from Japan. So we're going to play the video presentation from them.
Hello, let me introduce our company overview and introduction of the fuel business under development. At first, let me introduce myself. My name is Kengo Suzuki. I am co-founder and executive officer, head of R&D of Iglena Corporation Limited. I have an academic background in bioengineering, molecular biology, and immunology. This is microalgae Iglena. Iglena is a very characteristic creature that performs photosynthesis like a plant and moves around by transforming its cells like an animal. Iglena is rich in nutrients and has high value as a food source. In addition, under anaerobic conditions, Iglena accumulates wax cells in its cells, which are thought to be useful for fuel production. Our company, Yugna Corporation Limited, is a venture company originating from the Faculty of Agriculture of the University of Tokyo, the world's first company succeeding in the outdoor mass cultivation of the microalgae Euglena in December 2005. 15 years after founding Yugna Corporation Limited, the company has begun to generate more than 100 million US dollars in annual sales, primarily from the production and sales of Euglena. This is our strategy is to enter various markets in order of sales price per weight with Euglena's potential for a wide range of use. In last year, 2019, we have shown that Euglena genome editing can control some aspect of metabolism. And this year, 2020, we have summarized in our review the potential of Euglena genome editing technology to contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. As for research and development in Japan, validation of biofuel production is being completed, including large-scale culture tests using exhaust gas from power plants. Although it is not yet available for use on planes as biojet fuel, we are beginning to supply biodiesel fuel to manufacturers of diesel vehicles and local authorities. Finally, let me introduce you to our efforts to reach 2040, aiming for long-term stays in space, assuming the Moon and Mars. We study on a method for material circulation in a closed space, using Euglena to absorb carbon dioxide and convert it to oxygen and nutrients. We want to work together with you to create a sustainable society using microalgae. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. So next is Robopreneur.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Hanafia from Robopreneur. I'm sharing my slide first. Okay, Robopreneur Sdn Bhd. Okay, we are a startup company established in 2015. But in fact, we are no longer startup. We're already on the growth, and we have won several awards recently. Last night, we won another 2 for SME 100. And since 2015, we have established 3 pillars of business. Our main business is on service robotics. And we also have a business on software and AI. And we also have a business for additive manufacturing, which is the 3D printing service. So our business model come from the product development and sales, together with the service and solution development and application. So we are covering from hardware to software and also AI applications. Okay, so to summarize what we
Adam, do you have a girlfriend?
This is one of our innovations, our first Malaysian human robot. Adam.
Did I say something that confused you? So what have you learned, Adam? Nothing that I know about. Do you think man and robot can work together? Give and you will receive. Can you sing, Adam? All right.
We want to push the boundary of technology and innovation in Malaysia. So we hope by having Adam, we will be able to highlight that Malaysia also capable of producing a technological product. And we are able to train our talent in order to face the challenge of industrial pollution. Humanoid falls under service robotics category, and the market size is reaching up to about 37 billion USD. We believe that Adam can do better than Sophia, in terms of the application with humans. And we are targeting some industry like hospitality, customer service, rehabilitation as well.
Any last word?
I wish to all Malaysian around the world happy Independence Day 2019. I love Malaysia.
Thanks, Adam. For the Star TV, I'm Joshua Lim.
Okay, so we have about 13 manpower in the company. We try to manage our manpower in a lean management method, and we have people that working in various multitasking work, and we have three departments. And Department of Robotics and Product Innovation is the most important department, and I would welcome those talent that having a very good skill in technical, especially on robotics, to join in our company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hanafia. So next is we have Shah's Innovation Solution by Dr. Rahmat Shazi. Sorry. I think we are going to proceed with the next one. So next we have next platform. So Mr. Reno Q, are you ready? Let's hear it from Mr. Reno.
Sure, give me a minute. Yeah, I will share my slide.
Mr. Reno, I don't think we can see your picture. Yes, now we can.
Yeah. All right, cool. Just a moment, please. I'm sharing my stack. All right.
Okay, you can see it.
Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Reno, and I'm the CTO of the Next platform. So actually, back then I was in a software. I was a software engineer. Basically, I have a couple of years of experience in the solution implementations for different industry. So when I joined this company, Next platform, as a CTO, and my main focus is to play the role of IT strategy and leading the entire solution implementations. Right. You can see me over here. Yeah. Okay. So what's this actually Next platform? Basically, we are the PropTech company that we offer the smart property solutions that we leverage on the digital technology and also the payment services. We offer the payment services that can help out the real estate industry, right? And we always believe that there's always a tagline over here that we always believe data tech, right, especially a PropTech, is another big thing to the markets. And there's a lot of untapped markets, especially for property technology, that in Malaysia especially, we can help up them to do the digital transformations nowadays. So in Next platform, we have a series of solutions. We call it a one-stop solutions that cover the pre-sales, during the sales, and after the sales. Yeah. All right. Furthermore, with what we've been working with a lot of real estate developer, and we noticed that based on our study, there are a lot of gap in between in terms of the processes when there's from the sales conversions or from the lead generations or for the back-end system. For the front end, I mean, they do all the sales processes, right? All is quite manual, and they keep a lot of manual physical content, and all the data is segregated around. So they have a lot of challenge that to pass through all the information to flow between the various party or even various of industry. I mean, their partners and so on. So also they will be engaging a lot of the vendors to do their digital content, or maybe they will get a different perhaps the advertisement company to do the visual, and then to pass on to another company to do the advertising, and end up they don't have a solid information to see how is the data or the data for the remarketing purpose. So here we connect all the dotted area. So actually we connect them. We provide a solutions that connect each of them, be it in the banker, agency, purchaser, developer, solicitor, or even those digital agency. So they can leverage our system to have a better understanding and also the data analytic for them to do a better strategy making. Yeah. All right. We unify. We provide a platform to unify all these to centralize access for them to view all the data, right? We also offer various of channels for them to actually connect to all these informations. We have the kiosk, we have the mobile supported device. We can also have coming to a web form as well. So there are various of channels that they can ease them to access all this data, right? And also furthermore, we provide insights to all these parties to view the data as well. Okay, with our solutions that basically we help our real estate agents or clients to actually to improve their closing rate, right? The closing ratio, and also we help them to have a more eco-friendly ecosystem, right? Everything is digitalized, and as well as they have more meaningful data for them to do analysis, and as well as to easy to target to all these customers so that they can improve their productivities and also the generations of the customer for the repeating customer, in other words. Yeah. So we are quite actively participate in quite a number of exhibitions, and we've been rewarded as well in some of the events. Yeah. Feel free to chat with me. During the workshop later, I would appreciate to share more experience that I have to the candidate. Yeah, see you then.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Last but not least, let's hear it from intern Spoon Sendian Berhad.
Hi everyone. Let me just share my screen.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yinzi, and I'm the co-founder of Intern Spoon. So basically, what we are actually addressing is the internship challenge in internship search challenge among students and employers. So what we have realized is there's lack of presence of companies hiring interns in the university. There's also lack of workforce preparation, mismatch of internship, and lack of skill sets matching into the employments and working roles. So what we do is we coach by providing internship preparation workshop to universities and also resume review workshops. We match students via internship fair, career fair, and internship matching services. We also do provide performance tracking where we will always cross-check with our employers and students to follow up the status on how are they doing and what interesting things that happen throughout the learning process during their internship. So what we do is we are a social online internship platform that matches interns to employers, bring early access of young talents to company. These is some of our happy engagements. To date, we have more than 35 universities that are on board with us. These are some of our corporate clients, some of our clients' testimonial. So what we do is we will go through your resume, and then what is relevant, we will match it to the employers and pass it to the employers. So from there, employers will just do a further shortlisting and then call you for an interview section. So these are some of our student testimonial. This is our team member. Together with me is my co-founder Stephen, and also we have my BD here with us as well, Eugene. So our whole organization are also run by a group of super interns. So this is our recent achievements. Recently, we also have been awarded as a strategic partnership between Intern Spoon and as well as HRDF Placement Center. some of our partnership with the GLCs and startup ecosystem, some of our press release, and yeah, so that's about it. So in terms of the workshop, we are here to assist you in your job application to coach you to coach you and share you tips on how to make you stand out from the other applicants and what are the things that you should actually pay attention to when you apply for a job. So if you're interested in that area, do come by, and then we will see how we can work out something for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lindsay. So we have listened to the pitching by the participating companies in this session. I hope you are looking forward to share your amazing ideas with the industry in the upcoming mini career workshop. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to the highlight of the event, which is the mini career workshop. So before we start, let me give you an overview of how the workshop is going to be conducted. So as you can see from the slide, every company will have their own breakout room. For participants, please be informed that we have 3 rounds of mini workshop. So for mini career workshop 1, 4 companies to start with each round for 20 minutes. So once the time is up, you are required to move to the next company, which is the next breakout room. So please go to the correct breakout room according to the sequence of your selection. All right. This is how you can move to the breakout room. Please click on the breakout room at the bottom of the screen. So select the correct room and you will be transported to the workshop session. Please make sure that you use the CDF ID that has been assigned to you. So I hope you have studied the worksheet given by each company and are prepared for the discussion. So everyone, we will start our career mini workshop 1. You may select the breakout room now. So please enjoy the session. See you again in this main room at 1:30 p.m. for the closing ceremony. So hello, hi, good afternoon, everyone. You can please turn on your camera so that we can see your beautiful faces. So I think we are expecting Dr. Kengosuki. Yes, Dr. Kengo is here. All right. So Dr. Kengo, we are still waiting for other participants to come in. All right, so I'll share my screen first.
Hello, Nafatin and Salimata. Hello, Shani. Hello, Shani. Hello, Shani. Shani, we go to lean staff, yeah? I will bring to lean staff.
Welcome back everyone to the main room. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next agenda, I would like to request all of the participants today to help us fill up the feedback form. Okay, it will take a bit of your time, so feel free to submit when you have the time. Please take note that we will disseminate e-certification for this event after you have submitted the feedback form to us. Okay, you can screen capture the screen now. Go to the link and scan the QR code given. Welcome back everyone to the main room. Ladies and gentlemen, so it's been a really, I would say, an intense session, and I hope that you have achieved a lot of useful and beneficial information to identify opportunities and determine your future career path. So before we go to the next agenda, I would like to request all of the participants today to help us fill up the feedback form. It will take a bit of your time, so feel free to submit when you are available. Please take note that we will disseminate e-certification for this event after you have submitted the feedback form to us. Okay, feel free to screen capture, go to the link or scan the QR code given. All right. All right. As we are approaching the end of the event, I would like to invite Ms. Ida Rahayu Ayub, Livenes Malaysia Director, to give her closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ida.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants. Hi, I'm Ida from Livenes Malaysia. I'm the project manager for the Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia this year. So just to share with you a bit of history for Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia, yeah, when I first started the program in the year 2018, it was about engineering and drone because I'm crazy about drones. But at that time, in that year, we have only 20 participants. So although the number of participants was low during that time, it didn't dampen the spirit of my team at Livenes Malaysia Sdn Bhd to continue offering this platform to our Malaysian graduates because we believe it can bring a lot of benefits to you. So the pandemic is not allowing us to congregate today and have a networking session with you. We really want to do that actually, but there's always the power of technology that can connect us and give us somewhat a similar program impact, or maybe even a better one than what my team have actually imagined. So I would like to take this opportunity to give big congratulations to all of you, the participants who have bravely shared your ideas and opinions with the companies. All of you have been such a wonderful audience since morning. So allow me here to share again some of the key takeaways from today's session. So first one, as mentioned by our panelists in the morning, always keep an open mind. So it helps you to actually absorb different kind of ideas. Secondly, be creative and don't forget about the things that you do. 3, communicate with the industry about your ideas and needs. Career Discovery Forum is actually one of the platform for you to do that. Number 4, own the things that you do and do it to the best of your ability. Next is for you to be brave and go beyond what you are being taught at the university. Finally, we urge you to explore and learn as much as possible so that you can be a very, very interesting candidate for the companies, or even for you to venture into new areas that you want to try. I hope you will remember new things that you have discovered in today's Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia for a very, very long time, and share about it to as many people as possible, your families, your friends. So from the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of Live Next Malaysia, thank you to all participants, our strategic partner, Cyberview Syndrome Berhad, session partner, Top Glove Corporation Berhad, all participating companies, our speakers today, and also supporting partners for all your incredible support in our program. So see you again in Career Discovery Forum next year in 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miss. Thank you so much, Miss Ida, for one wonderful remark. So before we end, I would like to make an announcement regarding our next upcoming event. I would like to invite all of you to join our Tech Planter information session on this 1st of April 2021. So Tech Planter is an acceleration and pitch competition focusing on deep tech. We conduct this program to provide researchers and startups with mentoring, fundraising, and market expansion opportunities in Asia, especially in Japan. So basically, if you have the ambition to change the world and contribute to society by becoming an entrepreneur in the fields of science and technology, or as we like to call it, a technopreneur, this will be a good platform for you to start. If you are interested to know more about Tech Planter, please register to the session using the link given or scan the QR code. You can also check out about Tech Planter on the Tech Planter website to know more about it. All right, so last request for today's event, please turn on your camera or webcam so that we can capture your beautiful faces. Okay. Okay, so is everyone ready? All right. So my technical team ready? All right. Okay. So everyone, 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. So that will be the end of the event. Before you leave, as a reminder, please help us fill up the feedback form by scanning to the QR code, or you can also go to the link that my colleague will put in the chat button below. Okay. So again, we would like to thank all the participants who have joined us today. Our partners, Cyberview Syndrome Berhad, Top Glove Corporation Berhad, and all the participating companies that have allocated your precious time to join us today. Also, thank you, huge thanks to all of the students' associations who have supported the Career Discovery Forum in Malaysia 2021, to MyBiosa, MBIOS, GMT, SKY, MSAJ, MASCA, MASCA, and also Club Bungaraya Japan, KBRJP. Thank you so much for making this event a success. Hope to see you in our next program. Thank you. Terima kasih. Arigatou gozaimasu. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next year.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Our main vision is we want to release more meaningful technologies to the society. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of technology that being conducted, developed in the university. But how to accelerate their progress, to commercialize it. So that's what we want to do, to bring our partners together.
It's a unique program, something that is different, where a local deep tech startup can be introduced to potential collaboration with Japanese corporation and VCs. And one particular interest of mine is in the area of scaling up prototyping. That is something that is very lack in this country. We have a good teaching, good funding, but when it comes to scaling up, when it comes to assisting growth, this is where not much effort done in that area.